26 Zulu, surface wind 110 degrees 5 meters per second. Ceiling and visibility okay, temperature 24 degrees 0.20 degrees, QNH 1007, landing runways 16 left, 17 right, departing runways 16 right, 17 left, transition level 118, read back, all hold short instructions, advise on initial contact, you have information hotel.
China Eastern 281 radio check.
China Eastern 281 unable request a BBC.
Shanghai Air 839 on our way to Suvarnabhumi Airport.
Shanghai Air 839 Pudong delivery, expect runway 16 right, about 12 Delta departure. Squawk 6406.
That's 12 Delta departure. Squawk 6406. Shanghai Air 839.
Shanghai Air 839 with that correct. Contact ground 121.8 when ready for push or start.
Ground 121.8 when ready for pushback or engine start. Shanghai Air 839.
China Eastern 281 Information Hotel request IFR clearance to Ho Chi Minh.
China Eastern 281 Pudong delivery information hotel correct, expect runway 17 left, Nangsan 81 Delta departure. Squawk 4220.
Nangsan 81 Delta departure. Squawk 4220. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281 with that correct. Contact ground 121.875 when ready for pushback or engine start.
Round 121.875 China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 291 ready to copy IFR clearance to Chulu Centraia.
China Eastern 291 Pudong delivery, expect runway 16 right, junction 12 Delta departure. Squawk 1051.
Junction 12 Delta departure. Squawk 1051. China Eastern 291.
China Eastern 291 with that correct. Contact ground 121.8.
China Eastern 281 ready for push and start.
China Eastern 281 unable.
China Eastern 281 ready for push and start.
China Eastern 281 unable, request a bit busy.
China Eastern 281 request push and start.
China Eastern 281 unable, request a bit busy.
China Eastern 281 request push and start.
China Eastern 281 did not copy.
China Eastern 281 at gate 23, request pushback.
China Eastern 281 Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face north.
Pushback approved. Face north. China Eastern 281.
Delta 280 Heavy, ramp 584, request pushback and engine start.
Delta 280 Heavy, Pudong ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face north.
Pushback approved, face north, Delta 280 Heavy.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted. Locking gear. Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear.
All aircraft be
Started wheel.
advised, information India now current QNH 1007.
Good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Canaan 7493 Heavy,
Left is
gate
clear.
22,
Right is clear.
request pushback and engine start. Canaan 7493 Heavy, Pudong ground, hold position for traffic. Hold position Canaan 7493 Heavy. Singapore 833 Super at ramp 810, request pushback and engine start. Singapore 833 Super, Pudong ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face north. Pushback and engine start approved. Face north, Singapore 833 Super.
China Eastern 281 ready to taxi to runway 17 left.
China Eastern 281, taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Lima 04 Papa 6 Alpha Bravo 8.
Taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left via Lima 04 Papa 6 Alpha Bravo 8, China Eastern 281.
Cargo Team 221 Heavy at ramp 211, request push start and engine start.
Cargo King 221 Heavy, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face north.
Push start approved, face north. Cargo Team 221 Heavy.
Singapore 833 Super, ready to taxi to the active. Singapore 833 Super, taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Lima 08 Romeo 5 Echo, Tango 3 Alpha Bravo 8. Taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Lima 08 Romeo 5 Echo, Tango 3 Alpha Bravo 8, Singapore 833 Super.
Cargo Team 221 Heavy, request taxi to the active.
Cargo King 221 Heavy, taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Bravo 4 Alpha Bravo 8.
Taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Bravo 4 Alpha Bravo 8, Cargo Team 221 Heavy.
743 Heavy, ready to taxi to the active. Payment 7493 Heavy, taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Bravo 4 Alpha, Bravo 8. Taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Bravo 4 Alpha, Bravo 8, Payment 7493 Heavy.
UPS 105 Heavy, ramp 590, request pushback.
UPS 105 Heavy, Pudong ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face north.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face north. UPS 105 Heavy.
China Eastern 281, contact Pudong Tower 124.35, bye-bye.
Contact Pudong Tower on 124.55. Good day, bye-bye. China Eastern 281.
Negative tower on 124.35.
Tower on 124.35, China Eastern 281. China Eastern 281, ready for departure, runway 17 left.
China Eastern 281, unable request a bit busy.
China Eastern 281, hold a short runway 17 left, ready for departure.
China Eastern 281, unable request a bit busy.
China Eastern 281, request departure.
UPS 105 Heavy, taxi for departure.
UPS 105 Heavy, taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Lima 24 Whiskey 6 Tango 3 Alpha Bravo 8.
Taxi to holding point Bravo 8, runway 17 left, via Lima 24 Whiskey 6 Tango 3 Alpha Bravo 8. UPS 105 Heavy.
China Eastern 281, unable request a bit busy.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left, request departure.
China Eastern 281, unable request a bit busy.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left, ready for departure.
China Eastern 281, unable request a bit busy.
China Eastern 281, request departure runway change.
Payment 7493 Heavy, contact Pudong Tower 124.35, bye-bye. Over to Tower 124.35, Payment 7493 Heavy, good day. China Eastern 281, unable runway change due to traffic.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left, ready for departure.
China Eastern 281, Pudong Tower, wind 100 degrees, 5 meters per second, runway 17 left, clear for takeoff.
Winds 100 degrees, 5 meters per second, runway 17 left, clear for takeoff, China Eastern 281.
4220.
Squawk 4220, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai departure 123.8.
Contact Shanghai departure on 123.8, China Eastern 281. Day. Good afternoon, departure China Eastern 281 with you passing 2500, climbing to flight level 130.
China Eastern 281 Shanghai departure identified, climb to flight level 160.
Climb to flight level 160, China Eastern 281.
Shanghai departure identified. Climb to flight level 190.
Climb to flight level 190, ANAN 7493 Heavy.
China Eastern 281, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, bye-bye.
Center on 120.5, China Eastern 281, have a good evening. Nanjing Control, China Eastern 281, through flight level 134 for flight level 160.
China Eastern 281, Nanjing Control, good evening, radar contact, climb to flight level 321.
Climb to flight level 321, China Eastern 281.
China Southern 5915, leap Xi'an heading 355, expect radar vectors for LSU runway 18. Leap Xi'an heading 355, expect radar vectors for LSU runway 18, China Southern 5915. Heavy S3333, Nanjing Control, expect breeze 01 runway 03.
Expect breeze 01 runway 03, heavy S3333.
Shanghai 7419, Nanjing Control, expect OKTD 901 Alpha, runway 06. Expect OKTD 901 Alpha, runway 06, Shanghai 7419. China Southern 5915, turn right heading 350, exit for the approach. Turn right heading 350, China Southern 5915. Shanghai 7419, OKTD 901 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent. OKTD 901 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent, Shanghai 7419. Shanghai 7419, descend to 6,900 feet, QNH 1005. Descend to 6,900 feet, Shanghai 7419.
Nanjing Control Shanghai Airline 315, through flight level 130 for flight level 160.
Shanghai Air 9102, Nanjing Control, expect Sassen 61 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Sassen 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, Shanghai Air 9102.
Air July 2044, Nanjing Control, expect Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06.
Expect Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06, Air July 2044.
Air July 2044, turn left heading 310.
Turn left heading 310, Air July 2044.
Zealand Air 8122, Nanjing Control, expect Rita 01, runway 03.
Expect Rita 01, runway 03, Zealand Air 8122.
Colorful 7209, turn right heading 265. Turn right heading 265, colorful 7209. Shanghai Air 9315, Nanjing Control, identified, climb to flight level 321.
Climb to flight level 321, Shanghai Air 9315.
Nanjing Control, Hainan 7493 Heavy. Good evening through flight level 176 for flight level 1900.
Hainan 7493 Heavy, Nanjing Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 3901.
Climb to flight level 3901, Hainan 7493 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 9102, 1061 Alpha, runway 18 left. Report ready for descent.
1061 Alpha, runway 18 left, ready for descent, Shanghai Air 9102.
Shanghai Air 9102, descent to flight level 164.
Descent to flight level 164, Shanghai Air 9102.
Air July 2044, Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent.
Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent, Air July 2044.
Air July 2044, descent to flight level 190.
Descent to flight level 190, Air July 2044.
Chongqing 2191, Nanjing Control, expect Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06. Expect Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06, Chongqing 2191. Air July 2044, clear direct egress cross egress above 9,800 feet. Resume all navigation.
Clear direct egress cross egress above 9,800 feet. Resume all navigation, Air July 2044.
Nanjing Control, Singapore 833 Super. Good evening, leaving flight level 179 for flight level 190.
Singapore 833 Super, Nanjing Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 381.
Climb to flight level 381, Singapore 833 Super.
Hebei Air 3333, descend to flight level 079.
Descend to flight level 079, Air 3333.
Nanjing Control, Shanghai Air 9253, through flight level 172 for flight level 150 direct GG.
Bohai 7419, contact and to approach 127.7. Contact and to approach 127.7, Bohai 7419. Shanghai Air 9253, Nanjing Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 301.
Climb to flight level 301, Shanghai Air 9253.
China Southern 8263, Nanjing Control, expect Sassen 61 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Sassen 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, China Southern 8263.
Nanjing Control, Air July 1131 through flight level 208 for flight level 150.
Air July 1131, Nanjing Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 301.
Climb to flight level 301, Air July 1131.
Chongqing 2191, Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent. Igaka 92 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent, Chongqing 2191. Chongqing 2191, descend to flight level 190. Descend to flight level 190, Chongqing 2191. CMN Air 8122, descend to flight level 079.
Descend to flight level 079 ZMN Air 8122.
Tunneling at 8225, contact landing approach 126.55.
Contact engine approach 126.55, Panaming Air 8225.
China Southern 8263, Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left. Report ready for descent.
Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, ready for descent, China Southern 8263.
China Southern 8263, descend to flight level 164.
Descent to flight level 164, China Southern 8263.
CMN Air 8039, Nanjing control, expect en route to Lima, runway 21.
Expect en route to Lima, runway 21, CMN Air 8039.
Airsprint 6518, contact Shanghai approach 127.75.
Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, Airsprint 6518.
CMN Air 8039, en route to Lima, runway 21. Report ready for descent.
En route to Lima, runway 21, ready for descent, CMN Air 8039.
CMN Air 8039, descend to flight level 170.
Descent to flight level 170, CMN Air 8039.
Glory 8767, radar vectors on Nav runway 21. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors on Nav runway 21 ready for descent, Glory 8767.
Glory 8767, Naiman Airport landing runway 21.
Naiman Airport landing runway 21, Glory 8767.
Air China 1746, Nanjing control, expect Igaka 9 to Alpha, runway 06. Expect Igaka 9 to Alpha, runway 06, Air China 1746. China United 5026, contact range approach 127.975.
Contact range approach 127.975, China United 5026.
Air China 1509 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 127.75. Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, Air China 1509 Heavy. China Eastern 5811 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 127.75. Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, China Eastern 5811 Heavy. China Eastern 2606, contact Wuhan Control 118.9. Contact Wuhan Control 118.9, China Eastern 2606.
Nanjing Control, China Eastern 729. Good evening, through flight level 129 of the flight level 140.
China Eastern 5560, Nanjing Control, expect Super 61 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Super 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, China Eastern 5560.
Glory 8767, descend to flight level 130.
Descend to flight level 130, Glory 8767.
Airsprint 7251, Nanjing Control, expect in band 8 X-ray runway 05. Expect in band 8 X-ray runway 05, Airsprint 7251. Glory 8767, turn right heading 335, vectors for the approach.
Turn right heading 335, Glory 8767.
China Eastern 9697, turn right heading 255.
Turn right heading 255, China Eastern 9697.
China Eastern 6598, Nanjing Control, expect end on 11 Alpha, runway 13.
Expect end on 11 Alpha, runway 13, China Eastern 6598.
China Southern 59153, 3 miles from NC203, turn right heading 150, 2000 feet until established, cleared IL at Zulu runway 18. Turn right heading 150, 2000 feet until established, cleared IL at Zulu runway 18, China Southern 5915. China Southern 5115, Nanjing Control, expect 5 runway 18.
Expect 5, runway 18, China Southern 5115.
Airspeed 6745, contact Ningbo approach 125.45.
Contact Ningbo approach 125.45, airspeed 6745.
China Eastern 5098 Heavy, descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 1006.
Descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 1006, China Eastern 5098 Heavy.
China Eastern 9186, Nanjing Control, expect Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, China Eastern 9186.
Glory 8767, expect radar vectors for RNAV runway 21.
Expect radar vectors for RNAV runway 21, Glory 8767.
Canaan 7391, Nanjing Control, expect Ellenswood 902 Alpha, runway 07.
Expect Ellensburg 902 Alpha, runway 07, Hayden 7391.
China Eastern 5098 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 127.75.
Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, China Eastern 5098 Heavy.
Colorful 7209, Nanjing Control, expect change 11 Alpha, runway 13. Expect change 11 Alpha, runway 13, colorful 7209. China Eastern 5002, cross NJ219 at or above 5,900 feet, then descend to 3,900 feet, QNH 1005.
Cross NJ219 at or above 5,900 feet, then descend to 3,900 feet, QNH 1005, China Eastern 5002.
China Eastern 5002, contact Nanjing approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55, China Eastern 5002.
China Eastern 6598, contact Ningbo approach 125.45.
Contact Ningbo approach 125.45, China Eastern 6598.
Semen Air 8392, contact Fuzhou approach 127.9025.
Contact Fuzhou approach 127.9025, Semen Air 8392.
Cat 8396, Nanjing Control, expect en route to Lima, runway 21.
Expect en route to Lima, runway 21, Cathay 396.
China Southern 8263, descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006.
Descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006, China Southern 8263.
China Southern 5915, contact Nantong Tower 118.2. Over to Tower 118.2, China Southern 5915, bye-bye. Glory 8767, descend to 4,000 feet.
Descend to 4,000 feet, Glory 8767.
China Eastern 729, Nanjing Control, identified, climb to flight level 290.
Climb to flight level 290, China Eastern 729.
Airspeed 7251, descend to flight level 210. Descend to flight level 210, airspeed 7251. Shanghai Air 9102, descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006.
Descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006, Shanghai Air 9102.
China Eastern 2962, Nanjing Control, expect 81 Alpha, runway 21.
Expect 81 Alpha, runway 21, China Eastern 2962.
Airspeed 7345, contact Wuhan Control 118.9.
Contact Wuhan Control 118.9, airspeed 7345.
Fairman Air 8039, crosses 508 at or above flight level 069 and descend to 5,900 feet.
Crosses 508 at or above flight level 069 and descend to 5,900 feet, Semen Air 8039.
Color Colorful 7209, climb to flight level 301, vectors for Liege Airport. Climb to flight level 301, colorful 7209. Low high 6520, contact Wuhan control 118.9.
Center on 118.9 low high 6520.
Colorful 7209, change 11 Alpha, runway 13. Report ready for descent. Change 11 Alpha, runway 13, ready for descent. Colorful 7209. Colorful 7209, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1005. Descend to 4,900 feet, colorful 7209. Glory 8767, descend to 3,000 feet.
Descend to 3,000 feet, Glory 8767.
China United 5955, Nanjing control, expect Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, China United 5955.
China Eastern 5122 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 127.75.
Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, China Eastern 5122 Heavy.
Colorful 7209, clear direct NB108, cross NB108 above 4,900 feet. Resume all navigation. Roger, heading direct NB108, cross NB108 above 4,900 feet, then resume all navigation. Colorful 7209, thanks. Glory 8767, turn left, heading 295.
Turn left heading 295, Glory 8767.
Air crane 8977, turn right, heading 345.
Turn right, heading 345, air crane 8977.
Airspeed 7079, contact line south control 118.905. Center on 118.905, airspeed 7079, good day. Glory 8767, descend to 1,900 feet.
Descend to 1,900 feet, Glory 8767.
Semen Air 881, Nanjing control, expect hold on 1 Echo, runway 10.
Expect hold on 1 Echo, runway 10, Men Air 881.
Glory 8767, 2 miles from Nancy, turn left heading 220, maintain 1,900 feet until established, cleared on up runway 21.
Turn left heading 220, 1,900 feet until established, cleared on nav runway 21, Glory 8767.
Heavy Air 3333, need land on heading 190, expect radar vector for IL and Zulu runway 03.
Need land on heading 190, expect radar vector for IL and Zulu runway 03, Heavy Air 3333.
July 2044, cross egress at or above flight level 098 and descend to 5,900 feet, QNH 1005.
Cross egress at or above flight level 0908 and descend to 5,900 feet, QNH 1005, engine IL 2044.
China Southern 8263, contact Shanghai approach 127.75.
Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, China Southern 8263.
CMN Air 8122, need land on heading 190, expect radar vectors for ILS Zulu runway 03.
Lead land on heading 190, expect radar vectors for ILS Zulu runway 03, Men Air 8122.
China United 5971, Nanjing control, expect you copy 01 Alpha, runway 02.
I expect you to be 01 Alpha, runway 02, China United 5971.
Semen Air 883Q and H1007, expect the ILS Zulu runway 10.
QNH 1007, expect the ILS Zulu runway 10, Semen Air 883.
Shanghai Air 9102, contact Shanghai approach 127.75.
Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, Shanghai Air 9102.
China Southern 3809, contact when you approach 127.975.
Contact when you approach 127.975, China Southern 3809.
China 7391, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7.
Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, aim 7391.
Shocking 2191, cross Egrad at or above flight level 098 and descend to 5,900 feet, QNH 1005. Cross Egrad at or above flight level 098 and descend to 5,900 feet, QNH 1005, shocking 2191. Airspeed 7251, descend to flight level 140. Descend to flight level 140, airspeed 7251. Salmon Air 8039, contact when you approach 127.975.
Contact when you approach 127.975, Salmon Air 8039.
China Eastern 2964, contact Nanjing approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55, China Eastern 2964.
Shandong 2118, Nanjing control, expecting band 8 X-ray runway 05.
Expecting band 8 X-ray runway 05, Shandong 2118.
Glory 8767, contact Naimen Tower 118.55.
Over to Tower 118.55, Glory 8767.
Salmon Air 883, clear directly, crossing at or above 3,200 feet, clear by LSU runway 10.
Clear directly, crossing at or above 3,200 feet, clear ILS Zulu runway 10, Salmon Air 883.
China Eastern 9697, climb to flight level 311.
Climb to flight level 311, China Eastern 9697.
Air China 2768, contact Wuhan Control 118.9.
Contact Wuhan Control 118.9, Air China 2768.
Heavy Air 3333, contact Fanzhou approach 127.925.
Contact Fanzhou approach 127.925, Heavy Air 3333.
Carnival 7209, contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45, Carnival 7209. Air Denial 2044, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7.
Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, Air Denial 2044.
Sichuan 8072, contact Wuhan Control 118.9.
Contact Wuhan Control 118.9, Sichuan 8072.
China United 5955, Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left. Report ready for descent.
Saturn 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, ready for descent, China United 5955.
China United 5955, descend to flight level 164.
Descend to flight level 164, China United 5955.
Salmon Air 8122, contact Fanzhou approach 127.925.
Contact Fanzhou approach 127.925, Salmon Air 8122.
Cat 396, contact when you approach 127.975.
Contact when you approach 127.975, Cathay 396.
Salmon Air 8182, Nanjing control, expecting band 8 X-ray runway 05.
Expecting band 8 X-ray runway 05, Salmon Air 8182.
Salmon Air 8580, Nanjing control, expecting band 3 Lima runway 21.
Expecting band 3 Lima runway 21, Salmon Air 8580.
China Eastern 9697, Nanjing control, expect Tonglu 01 Alpha, runway 06.
Expect Hongwu 01 Alpha, runway 06, China Eastern 9697.
Sichuan 6985, Nanjing control, expect 0201 Alpha, runway 11. Expect 0201 Alpha, runway 11 Sichuan 6985. Air China 8373 Nanjing Control, expect inbound 8 X-ray runway 05.
Expect inbound 8 X-ray runway 05, Air China 8373.
Chongqing 2191, contact Hanzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hanzhou approach 127.7, Chongqing 2191. Shandong 2118, descend to flight level 210.
Descend to flight level 210, Shandong 2118.
China Southern 6379, contact Wuhan Control 118.9.
Enter on 118.9 China Southern 6379. Nanjing Control Shanghai Air 9135, passing flight level 295 for flight level 170 direct SS 303.
Airspeed 7251, cross out 715 at or above flight level 098 and descend to flight level 070. Cross out 715 at or above flight level 098 and descend to flight level 070, Airspeed 7251. Shanghai Air 9135, Nanjing Control, identified, climb to flight level 341.
Climb to flight level 341 Shanghai Air 9135.
Air July 2217, contact Wuhan Control 118.9.
Center on 118.9 Air July 2217.
Nanjing Control, China Eastern 9704, leaving flight level 293 for flight level 170.
China Eastern 9704, Nanjing Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 341.
Climb to flight level 341, China Eastern 9704.
Capital Jet 5312, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, Capital Jet 5312.
CMN Air 8580, inventory Lima runway 21. Report ready for descent.
Inventory Lima runway 21 ready for descent, ZMN Air 8580.
CMN Air 8580, descend to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, ZMN Air 8580.
Shenzhen Air 9888, Nanjing Control, expect of 10 runway 15.
Expect of 10 runway 15 Shenzhen Air 9888.
CMN Air 883, contact Taipei Control 124.6.
Center on 124.6, ZMN Air 883.
Nanjing Control, Spring 8533. Good evening, flight level 301.
Airspeed 8533, Nanjing Control identified. Air Canton 4382 Heavy, radar vectors runway 30. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors runway 30 ready for descent. Air Canton 4382 Heavy.
Air Canton 4382 Heavy, Xinjiang landing runway 30.
Xinjiang landing runway 30. Air Canton 4382 Heavy.
Sichuan 6985, contact Changzhou approach 120.6. Contact Changzhou approach 120.6, Sichuan 6985. China 7078, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905.
Center on 118.905, Anan 7078, bye-bye.
Shenzhen Air 9686, expect radar vectors for LS Zulu runway 18. Expect radar vectors for LS Zulu runway 18, Shenzhen Air 9686. Nanjing Control Bohemia 247, leaving flight level 3690 for flight level 361 direct landing. Bohemia 247, Nanjing Control identified, continue descent to flight level 361. Continue descent to flight level 361, Bohemia 247. CMN Air 8182, descend to flight level 210.
Descend to flight level 210, CMN Air 8182.
Shenzhen N9686 with Picos heading 045, expect radar vectors for LSU runway 18. Lead Picos heading 045, expect radar vectors for LSU runway 18, Shenzhen N9686. Air China 1746, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7.
Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, Air China 1746.
Shanghai Air 809 Nanjing Control, expect Abbey 3 Bravo, runway 25 right.
Expect Abbey 3 Bravo, runway 25 right, Shanghai Air 809.
Air China 8373, descend to flight level 210.
Descend to flight level 210, Air China 8373.
Airspeed 7251, contact Xiamen approach 125.025. Contact Xiamen approach 125.025, airspeed 7251. China Eastern 9790, contact Nanjing approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55, China Eastern 9790.
Shenzhen N9686, turn left heading 050, descend to 4,000 feet, vectors for the approach. Turn left heading 050, descend to 4,000 feet, Shenzhen N9686. Bohai 7520, contact Wuhan Control 118.9, bye-bye.
Contact Wuhan Control 118.9, Bohai 7520.
China Eastern 2741, radar vectors runway 18. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors runway 18 ready for descent, China Eastern 2741.
China Eastern 2741, Hanhan landing runway 18.
Hanha landing runway 18, China Eastern 2741.
Hainan 7848 heavy, contact Wuhan Control 118.9, bye-bye.
Center on 118.9, Hainan 7848 heavy.
China Eastern 5341 heavy, Nanjing Control, expect of 1 South runway 15.
Expect of 1 South, runway 15, China Eastern 5341 heavy.
China Eastern 6149, Nanjing Control, expecting band 8 X-ray runway 05.
Expecting band 8 X-ray runway 05, China Eastern 6149.
China Eastern 5560, contact Shanghai approach 127.75.
Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, China Eastern 5560.
China Eastern 9186, contact Shanghai approach 127.75.
Contact Shanghai approach 127.75, China Eastern 9186.
Shandong 2118, descend to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, Shandong 2118.
Shenzhen N9686, turn right heading 090, descend to 3,000 feet. Turn right heading 090, descend to 2,000 feet, Shenzhen N9686. Air China 1544 heavy, Nanjing Control, expect remain to limit runway 21.
Expect to meet to limit runway 21, Air China 1544 heavy.
Calling 47162, contact Guangzhou Control 118.95. Center on 118.95, Hollow 47162. Shenzhen N9686, 3 miles from NT203, turn right heading 140, maintain 2,000 feet until established on the final approach course, cleared ILS Zulu runway 18. Turn right heading 140, 2,000 feet. Shenzhen N9888, Hong Guangzhou runway 15. Report ready for descent.
Of Guangzhou runway 15, ready for descent, Shenzhen N9888.
Shenzhen N9888, descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 1006.
Descend to 5,000 feet, Shenzhen N9888.
China United 5955, descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006.
Descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006, China United 5955.
Air Canton 4 003. Capital Jet 5234 radar vectors IL at Zulu runway 04. Report ready for descent. Radar vectors IL at Zulu runway 04 ready for descent. Capital Jet 5234. Capital Jet 5234 China Airport landing runway 04. China Airport landing runway 04. Capital Jet 5234. Shenzhen Air 9946 Nanjing Control. Expect of Guangzhou runway 15.
Expect of Guangzhou, runway 15, Shenzhen Air 9946.
Xiamen Air 8585 Nanjing Control. Expect Super 61 Alpha, runway 18 left. Expect Super 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, Xiamen Air 8585. Aircrane 8977 Nanjing Control. Expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05.
Expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05, aircrane 8977.
Shandong 2117, contact Wuhan Control 118.9.
Contact Wuhan Control 118.9, Shandong 2117.
China Eastern 2917, radar vectors IL and Zulu runway 20 left. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors IL and Zulu runway 20 left ready for descent. China Eastern 2917.
China Eastern 2917, Beyond Airport landing runway 20 left.
Beyond Airport landing runway 20 left. China Eastern 2917.
China Eastern 2917, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905. Have a good evening.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, China Eastern 2917.
Xiamen Air 8182, descent to flight level 140.
Descent to flight level 140, Xiamen Air 8182.
China Southern 5115, expect EIL at Zulu runway 18 with the Yan 1204 transition.
Expect the ILS Zulu runway 18 with the Yan 1204 transition. China Southern 5115.
Air China 2831, contact Shanghai approach 121.1.
Contact Shanghai approach 121.1, Air China 2831.
China Eastern 2741, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, bye-bye.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, China Eastern 2741. Have a good evening.
Air China 8373, descent to flight level 140.
Descent to flight level 140, Air China 8373.
China Eastern 6149, descent to flight level 210.
Descent to flight level 210, China Eastern 6149.
Heavy Air 8011, Nanjing Control, expect inventory Lima runway 21.
Expect inventory Lima runway 21, Hebei Air 8011.
Shandong 2118, cross M715 at or above flight level 098 and descent to flight level 070.
Cross M715 at or above flight level 098 and descend to flight level 070, Shandong 2118.
Capital Jet 5234, descent to flight level 270. Descent to flight level 270, Capital Jet 5234. China Southern 5115, clear direct CS204, cross CS204 at or above 3,900 feet, clear IL at Zulu runway 18.
Clear direct CS204, cross CS204 at or above 3,900 feet. Clear ILS Zulu runway 18, China Southern 5115.
Aircrane 8977, climb to flight level 300, vectors for Gai Airport.
Climb to flight level 300, aircrane 8977.
Xiamen Air 8791, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, Xiamen Air 8791.
Hebei Air 8011, inventory Lima runway 21. Report ready for descent.
Inventory Lima runway 21, ready for descent, Hebei Air 8011.
Hebei Air 8011, descent to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, heavy air 8011.
China 7493 Heavy, contact land control 118.9.
Contact route and control 118.9, ANN 7493 Heavy.
China Eastern 2055, landing control, expect Contour 9 Alpha, runway 16.
Expect Contour 9 Alpha, runway 16, China Eastern 2055.
China United 5971, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 02.
Expect radar vectors for ILS runway 02, China United 5971.
Air China 1807, heavy launching control, expect Reader 01, runway 03.
Expect Reader 01, runway 03, Air China 1807 Heavy.
China United 5971, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, China United 5971.
China United 5971, cross D316P at or above flight level 069 and descend to flight level 062.
Cross D316P at or above flight level 069 and descend to flight level 062, China United 5971.
Sichuan 8250, contact land control 118.9.
Center on 118.9, Sichuan 8250, bye-bye.
China Eastern 2055, Contour 9 Alpha, runway 16. Report ready for descent.
Contour 9 Alpha, runway 16, ready for descent, China Eastern 2055.
China Eastern 2055, descend to flight level 138.
Descend to flight level 138, China Eastern 2055.
China Eastern 6105, contact guide out control 118.905, bye-bye.
Center on 118.905, China Eastern 6105, good day.
CMN Air 8182, cross M715 at or above flight level 098 and descend to flight level 070.
Cross M715 at or above flight level 098 and descend to flight level 070, CMN Air 8182.
China United 5971, lead D316G heading 185, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 02.
Lead D316J heading 185, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 02, China United 5971.
China Eastern 2962, contact Roxy approach 119.45. Air China 8373, cross M715 at or above flight level 098 and descend to flight level 070.
Cross M715 at or above flight level 098 and descend to flight level 070, Air China 8373.
Bohemia 691, launching control, expect Abbey 3 Bravo, runway 25 right.
Expect Abbey 3 Bravo, runway 25 right, Bohemia 691.
Shandong 2118, contact the main approach 125.025.
Contact the main approach 125.025, Shandong 2118.
China United 5971, flight present heading, descend to 5,000 feet, vectors for the approach.
Flight present heading, descend to 5,000 feet, China United 5971.
China Eastern 2717, contact lines out control 118.905.
Contact lines out control 118.905, China Eastern 2717.
German Air 8585, Super 61 Alpha, runway 18 left. Report ready for descent. Super 61 Alpha, runway 18 left, ready for descent, German Air 8585. German Air 8585, descend to 7,900 feet, QNH 1006. Descend to 7,900 feet, German Air 8585. China Eastern 6840, launching control, expect Lago 81 Alpha, runway 22.
Expect Lago 81 Alpha, runway 22, China Eastern 6840.
Xiamen Air 881 QNH1007, expect the ILS Zulu runway 10.
QNH1007, expect the ILS Zulu runway 10, Xiamen Air 881.
China Eastern 6149, descend to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, China Eastern 6149.
Shenzhen Air 9848, Nanjing control, expect of 10, runway 15.
Expect of 10, runway 15, Shenzhen Air 9848.
Xiamen Air 881, clear directly, crossly at or above 3,200 feet, clear ILS Zulu runway 10.
Clear directionally, crossly at or above 3,200 feet, clear ILS Zulu runway 10, Xiamen Air 881.
Shenzhen Air 9729, contact South Control 118.95.
Contact South Control 118.95, Shenzhen Air 9729, bye-bye.
Hainan 7840, radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 04. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors, ILS Zulu runway 04, ready for descent, Hainan 7840.
Hainan 7840, Tianhe landing runway 04.
Tianhe landing runway 04, Hainan 7840.
Hainan 7840, contact Wuhan Control 118.9, good day.
Contact Wuhan Control 118.9, Hainan 7840, good day.
China Southern 3554 heavy, Nanjing control, expect of 1 dot runway 15.
Expect of 1 South, runway 15, China Southern 3554 heavy.
Xiamen Air 8182, contact Xiamen approach 125.025.
Contact Xiamen approach 125.025, Xiamen Air 8182.
China United 5971, turn left heading 105, descend to 3,000 feet.
Turn left heading 105, descend to 3,000 feet, China United 5971.
China United 5971, 4 miles from site 02, turn left heading 060, maintain 2,600 feet until established, cleared ILS runway 02.
Turn left heading 060, 2,600 feet until established, cleared ILS runway 02, China United 5971.
Air China 8373, contact Airman approach 125.025.
Contact Airman approach 125.025, Air China 8373.
Car level 7242, contact South Control 118.905.
Center on 118.905, colorful 7242.
Shenzhen Air 8575, radar vectors runway 18. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors runway 18, ready for descent, Shenzhen Air 8575.
Shenzhen Air 8575, Hanha landing runway 18.
Hanha landing runway 18, Shenzhen Air 8575.
Shenzhen Air 8575, contact South Control 118.905.
Center on 118.905, Shenzhen Air 8575.
China Southern 5174, radar vectors runway 18. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors runway 18 ready for descent, China Southern 5174.
China Southern 5174, Hanha Airport landing runway 18.
Hanha Airport landing runway 18, China Southern 5174.
Xiamen Air 8521, Nanjing control, expect 2.61 Alpha, runway 18 left. Expect 2.61 Alpha, runway 18 left, Xiamen Air 8521. China United 5971, contact you at Tower 118.5, bye-bye.
Contact Tower 118.5, China United 5971.
Capital Jet 5234, descend to flight level 070. Descend to flight level 070, Capital Jet 5234. Xiamen Air 8580, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, Xiamen Air 8580.
Capital Jet 5234, contact Wuhan approach 126.3. Contact Wuhan approach 126.3, Capital Jet 5234. China Eastern 6149, cross on 715 at or above flight level 09 at 8 and descend to flight level 070.
Cross M715 at or above flight level 09 at 8 and descend to flight level 070, China Eastern 6149.
Sichuan 8181, Nanchang control, expect 5 runway 18. Expect 5 runway 18, Sichuan 8181. Salmon Air 8580, contact Jinju approach 119.175.
Contact Jinju approach 119.175, Salmon Air 8580.
China Eastern 5175, VC 2132 heading 020, expect radar vectors for ILSU runway 21.
Leave the 2132 heading 020, expect radar vectors for ILS Zulu runway 21, China Eastern 5175.
China Eastern 5175, contact Nanjing approach 119.905.
Contact Nanjing approach 119.905, China Eastern 5175.
Canaan 7361, Nanjing control, expect Ellenberg 902 Alpha runway 07.
Expect Ellenberg 902 Alpha runway 07, Canaan 7361.
China Eastern 2055, contact Guangzhou control 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou control 118.905, China Eastern 2055, have a good evening.
CMN Air 8521 Super 61 Alpha runway 18 left. Report ready for descent. Super 61 Alpha runway 18 left ready for descent. CMN Air 8521. CMN Air 8521 descend to 7,900 feet QNH 1006. Descend to 7,900 feet CMN Air 8521. China Eastern 6992, contact Guangzhou control 118.905.
Sent on 118.905, China Eastern 6992.
Bohemia 691, Abbey Tree Bravo, runway 25 right. Report ready for descent.
Abbey Tree Bravo, runway 25 right. Ready for descent, Bohemia 691.
Bohemia 691, descend to flight level 110.
Descend to flight level 110, Bohemia 691.
Bohemia 691, contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0.
Contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0, Bohemia 691.
China Southern 5174, contact Wuhan control 118.90.
Contact Wuhan control 118.90, China Southern 5174.
Shanghai Air 809, Abbey Tree Bravo, runway 25 right. Report ready for descent.
Abbey Tree Bravo, runway 25 right, ready for descent, Shanghai Air 809.
Shanghai Air 809, descend to flight level 110.
Descend to flight level 110, Shanghai Air 809.
Shanghai Air 809, contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0.
Contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0, Shanghai Air 809.
China Southern 3157, contact Wuhan control 118.9. Have a good evening. Center on 118.9, China Southern 3157. Aircrane 897778, X-ray runway 05. Report ready for descent.
78 X-ray runway 05, ready for descent, Aircrane 8977.
Aircrane 8977, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1007.
Descend to 4,900 feet, Aircrane 8977.
Aircrane 8977, contact them and approach 125.025.
Contact them and approach 125.025, Aircrane 8977.
Air China 1544 Heavy, contact when to approach 127.975.
Contact when to approach 127.975, 17.975 Air China 1544 Heavy.
China Eastern 6149, contact Xiamen approach 125.025.
Contact Xiamen approach 125.025, China Eastern 6149.
China Eastern 5810, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905. Have a good evening.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, China Eastern 5810.
China United 5965, Nanjing Control, expect inventory Lima, runway 21.
Expect inventory Lima, runway 21, China United 5965.
China 8456, radar vectors runway 18. Report ready for descent. Radar vectors runway 18, ready for descent, China 8456. China 8456, Shanghai Airport landing runway 18. Shanghai Airport landing runway 18, China 8456. Shenzhen Air 9848, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, Shenzhen Air 9848.
Nanjing Control Bohai 6566, good evening, flight level 201. Bohai 6566, Nanjing Control, radar contact, continue climb to flight level 320. Continue climb to flight level 320, Bohai 6566. China Southern 3607, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, good day.
Center on 118.905, China Southern 3607.
Bohai 6566, radar vectors runway 22, report ready for descent. Radar vectors runway 22, ready for descent, Bohai 6566. Bohai 6566, chain engine landing runway 22. Chain engine landing runway 22, Bohai 6566. Air China 1807 Heavy, descent to flight level 079.
Descent to flight level 079, Air China 1807 Heavy.
Bohai 6566, descent to flight level 180. Descent to flight level 180, Bohai 6566. China Eastern 5341 Heavy, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, bye-bye.
Center on 118.905, China Eastern 5341 Heavy.
Nanjing Control EVA 857 Heavy, descending via Abbey Tree Bravo, flight level 147.
Bohai 6566, descent to flight level 177. Descent to flight level 177, Bohai 6566. Bohai 6566, turn left heading 155, actors for the approach. Turn left heading 155, Bohai 6566. EVA 857 Heavy, Nanjing Control, radar contact. Airspring 6719, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, Airspring 6719, bye-bye.
Nanjing Control, Dynasty 923, good evening, descending via Abbey Tree Bravo, flight level 143.
Dynasty 923, Nanjing Control identified.
Nanjing Control, Lucky Air 9797, good evening, flight level 171.
Lucky Air 9797, Nanjing Control identified, continue climb to flight level 290.
Continue climb to flight level 290, Lucky Air 9797.
Lucky Air 9797, Nanjing Control, expect change to 11 Alpha, runway 13.
Expect change to 11 Alpha, runway 13, Lucky Air 9797.
Shenzhen Air 9888, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, good day.
Center on 118.905, Shenzhen Air 9888.
Lucky Air 9797, change to 11 Alpha, runway 13. Report ready for descent.
Change to 11 Alpha, runway 13, ready for descent, Lucky Air 9797.
Lucky Air 9797, descent to 4,900 feet, QNH 1005.
Descend to 4,900 feet, lofty air 9797.
China 8456, contact Wuhan Control 118.9. Center on 118.9, China 8456, bye-bye. Seaman Air 8520, Nanjing Control, expect in band 8 X-ray runway 05.
Expect in band 8 X-ray runway 05, Seaman Air 8520.
Nanjing Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 691, good evening, flight level 360.
Hong Kong Shuttle 691, Nanjing Control identified. Shenzhen Air 9946, contact Ansao Control 118.905, have a good evening.
Contact Ansao Control 118.905, Shenzhen Air 9946, bye-bye.
China Eastern 2198, radar vectors runway 18. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors runway 18 ready for descent, China Eastern 2198.
China Eastern 2198, Hainan landing runway 18.
Hainan landing runway 18, China Eastern 2198.
Bohai 6566, expect the visual approach runway 22. Expect the visual approach runway 22, Bohai 6566. Bohai 6566, descend to 3,200 feet. Descend to 3,200 feet, Bohai 6566. Dynasty 923, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Center on 125.8, Dynasty 923.
Nanjing Control, Shandong 2236, flight level 290.
Shandong 2236, Nanjing Control radar contact.
Nanjing Control, Xiamen Air 8438, descending via Breezer 01, flight level 273.
Lucky Air 9797, Nanjing Control, expect change 11 Alpha, runway 13.
Expect change 11 Alpha, runway 13, Lucky Air 9797.
Shandong 2236, Nanjing Control, expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05.
Expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05, Shandong 2236.
Xiamen Air 8438, Nanjing Control, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Ansao Control 118.905, have a good evening.
Center on 118.905, China Eastern 281, have a good evening.
Dynasty 923, Ansao Control, radar contact. China Eastern 2717, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, China Eastern 2717.
China Southern 3935, turn right heading 190, climb to flight level 311.
Turn right heading 190, climb to flight level 311, China Southern 3935.
Shenzhen Air 9937, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, bye-bye.
Center on 120.5, Shenzhen Air 9937.
Gangsao Control, China Eastern 281, flight level 321.
West China 6385, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, West China 6385.
China Eastern 2717, contact Ansao approach 126.55.
Contact Ansao approach 126.55, China Eastern 2717.
Cathay 938, descend to flight level 290.
Descend to flight level 290, Cathay 938.
China Southern 3620, turn right heading 210, vector for the approach.
Turn right heading 210, China Southern 3620.
China Eastern 281, Ansao Control, radar contact. China Eastern 9725, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, China Eastern 9725.
Ansao Control, China Southern 3158, heading flight level 301.
China Eastern 5341 heavy, contact I approach 127.905.
Contact outside approach 127.995, China Eastern 5341 heavy.
Airsprings 6719, turn left, heading 210, descend to flight level 301, vectors for the approach. Turn left, heading 210, descend to flight level 301, Airsprings 6719. China Southern 3158 heavy, guidance out control identified. Lunair 8200, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Moon Air 8200.
Guidance South Control, Air China 728, flight level 228.
Colorful 7162, guidance South Control, expect up 82, runway 19 right.
Expect up 82, runway 19 right, colorful 7162.
Air China 728, guidance South Control, radar contact, climb to flight level 330.
Climb to flight level 330, Air China 728.
Colorful 7213, contact I approach 127.905.
Contact I approach 127.905, colorful 7213.
Cathay 938, turn left, heading 315, vectors for the approach.
Turn left, heading 315, Cathay 938.
Mandarin 1926, turn right, heading 195, climb to flight level 331.
Turn right, heading 195, climb to flight level 331, Mandarin 1926.
Cathay 938, turn right, heading 010, interceptor 04 localizer.
Turn right, heading 010, interceptor 04 localizer, Cathay 938.
Air China 1357 heavy, cross the 31 at or above flight level 089er and descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Cross the 31 at or above flight level 089er and descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1006, Air China 1357 heavy.
West China 6385, cross kneeling at or above 5,900 feet, then descend to 3,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Cross kneeling at or above 5,900 feet, then descend to 3,900 feet, QNH 1006, West China 6385.
West China 6385, contact Shan to approach 120.65.
Contact Shan to approach 120.65, West China 6385.
China Southern 3620, contact Dangzhou approach 126.55.
Contact Dangzhou approach 126.55, China Southern 3620.
Shenzhen Air 9946, contact I approach 127.905.
Contact I approach 127.905, Shenzhen Air 9946.
Xiamen Air 8423, contact Nanjing control 120.5, bye-bye.
Center on 120.5, Xiamen Air 8423, good day.
Shandong 2160, guidance out control, expect invent 8, X-ray runway 05.
Expecting then 8 X-ray, runway 05, Shandong 2160.
Air China 1357 heavy, contact I approach 127.905.
Contact I approach 127.905, Air China 1357 heavy.
Dana 7078, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, ANN 7078.
Colorful 7242, guidance out control, expect arc of 82, runway 19 right.
Expect ARCUP 82, runway 19 right, colorful 7242.
China Eastern 6992, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, China Eastern 6992.
Capital Jet 5312, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, bye-bye.
Center on 125.8, Capital Jet 5312.
China Southern 3160, cross a 31 at or above flight level 089er and descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Cross the 3-1 at or above flight level 089er and descend to 4,900 feet. QNH 1006 China Southern 3160.
China Eastern 6992, contact Guangzhou approach 126.55.
Contact Guangzhou approach 126.55, China Eastern 6992.
Green City 8837, turn right, heading 1905, climb to flight level 301.
Turn right, heading 1905, climb to flight level 301, Green City 8837.
CMN Air 8195, turn right, heading 1905, climb to flight level 290.
Turn right heading 1905, climb to flight level 290, CMN Air 8195.
Chongqing 2133, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Contact Nanjing control 120.5, Chongqing 2133.
Guangzhou control Shanghai Air 857, flight level 300.
Shanghai Air 857, Guangzhou control identified.
Guangzhou control, Canaan 7709, heavy, flight level 380.
Canaan 7709, heavy, Guangzhou control, radar contact. Shandong 2160, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Delta on 120.5, Shandong 2160, bye-bye.
China Southern 3160, contact I approach 127.905.
Contact I approach 127.905, China Southern 3160.
China Eastern 6754, descend to flight level 069er.
Descend to flight level 069er, China Eastern 6754.
CMN Air 8412, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Contact Nanjing control 120.5, CMN Air 8412.
Shenzhen Air 9475, leave D213Q heading 020, expect radar vectors for ILS Zulu runway 21.
Leave D213Q heading 020, expect radar vectors for ILS Zulu runway 21, Shenzhen Air 9475.
China C031, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Contact Nanjing control 120.5, China 6031.
Shenzhen Air 9475, contact Nanjing approach 119.905.
Contact Nanjing approach 119.905, Shenzhen Air 9475.
China Southern 5712, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Contact Nanjing control 120.5, China Southern 5712, bye-bye.
China Southern 3744, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, China Southern 3744.
Dynasty 923, contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0.
Contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0, Dynasty 923.
China Southern November 3635, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, China Southern November 3635.
Guangzhou control Shanghai Air 9315, flight level 225.
Shanghai Air 9315, Guangzhou control radar contact. China Southern 3607, descend to flight level 080. Descend to flight level 080, China Southern 3607. Shandong 2153, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, Shandong 2153.
Colorful 7287, Guangzhou control, runway 21.
Expect 73 Lima, runway 21, colorful 7287.
Shanghai Air 9315, radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left ready for descent, Shanghai Air 9315.
Shanghai Air 9315, Bayonne landing runway 20 left.
Bayonne landing runway 20 left, Shanghai Air 9315.
China Eastern 2055, cross conduit at flight level 138 and descend to flight level 108.
Cross conduit at flight level 138 and descend to flight level 108, China Eastern 2055.
China Southern 3607, contact Guangzhou approach 126.55. Contact Guangzhou approach 126.55, China Southern 3607. China Southern 3158 Heavy, Guangzhou control, expect R1 ZOP, runway 15.
Expect R1 ZOP, runway 15, China Southern 3158 Heavy.
Zeman Air 8418, Guangzhou control, expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05.
Expect 78 X-ray, runway 05, Zeman Air 8418.
Martinia 282, contact Nanjing control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Bohemia 282.
Guangzhou control, Hainan 7248, good evening, flight level 319er.
Hainan 7248, Guangzhou control identified. Shandong 7630, contact Nanjing control 120.5, good day.
Center on 120.5, Shandong 7630.
China Eastern 2647, Guangzhou control, expect Anthem to Yankee Alpha, runway 15.
Expect Anthem to Yankee Alpha, runway 15, China Eastern 2647. Guangzhou control, China Eastern 6869, flight level 321.
China Eastern 6869, Guangzhou control, radar contact. Colorful 7287, contact Nanjing control 120.5, bye-bye.
Center on 120.5, colorful 7287.
Green City 25, Guangzhou control, expect Laban 18 Alpha, runway 23.
Expect Laban 18 Alpha, runway 23, Green City 25.
China United 2810, turn right, heading 165, climb to flight level 301.
Turn right, heading 165, climb to flight level 301, China United 2810.
China Eastern 6373, turn left, heading 080, climb to flight level 2901.
Turn left, heading 080, climb to flight level 2901, China Eastern 6373.
Airspring 6719, descend to flight level 080. Descend to flight level 080, Airspring 6719. Shanghai Air 9315, turn left, heading 210, vectors for the approach.
Turn left, heading 210, Shanghai Air 9315.
Hainan 7055, contact Nanjing control 120.5, have a good evening.
Contact Nanjing control 120.5, Hainan 7055, bye-bye. Guangzhou control, Shanghai Air 9253, flight level 301.
Shanghai Air 9253, Guangzhou control identified. Airspring 6719, contact Guangzhou approach 126.55. Contact Guangzhou approach 126.55, Airspring 6719. China Eastern 6754, contact Yilan approach 120.85.
Contact Yilan approach 120.85, China Eastern 6754.
China Eastern 2647, expect the ILS Yankee runway 15 with the 12 transition.
Expect the ILS Yankee runway 15 with the 12 transition, China Eastern 2647.
Air China 4567, Guangzhou control, expect X-ray runway 05.
Expect Heaven 8 X-ray runway 05, Air China 4567.
Hainan 7709 Heavy, Dangzhou Control, expect R10 runway 15.
Expect R10 runway 15, Hainan 7709 Heavy.
China Eastern 5348 Heavy, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, China Eastern 5348 Heavy, good day.
Transjade 1305, Dangzhou Control, expect Heaven 8 X-ray runway 05.
Expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05, Transjade 1305.
China Southern 3158 Heavy, South 10 runway 15. Report ready for descent.
South 10, runway 15, ready for descent, China Southern 3158 Heavy.
China Southern 3158 Heavy, descend to flight level 110.
Descend to flight level 110, China Southern 3158 Heavy.
Zeaman Air 837 Heavy, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, good day.
Contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, Zeaman Air 837 Heavy.
Green City 25, Labin 18 Alpha, runway 23. Report ready for descent.
Labin 18 Alpha, runway 23, ready for descent, Green City 25.
Green City 25, descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1005.
Descend to 9,000 feet, Green City 25.
China Southern 3622, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, bye-bye.
Center on 120.5, China Southern 3622, good day.
China Southern 3122, radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left, ready for descent, China Southern 3122.
China Southern 3122, Bayan Airport landing runway 20 left.
Bayan Airport landing runway 20 left, China Southern 3122.
Shanghai Air 9394, turn left heading 020, climb to flight level 256.
Turn left heading 020, climb to flight level 256, Shanghai Air 9394.
Shenzhen Air 9090, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Shenzhen Air 9090.
Air China 4567, Heaven 8 X-ray runway 05. Report ready for descent.
Heaven 8 X-ray runway 05, ready for descent, Air China 4567.
Air China 4567, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1007.
Descend to 4,900 feet, Air China 4567.
China Eastern 2055, cross-sector flight level 108 and descend to flight level 069.
Cross-sex at flight level 108 and descend to flight level 069 at China Eastern 2055.
Economy Air 8215, Dangzhou Control, expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05.
Expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05, Conning Air 8215.
Hainan 7327, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Hainan 7327.
Transjade 1305, Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05. Report ready for descent.
Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05, ready for descent, Transjade 1305.
Transjade 1305, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1007.
Descend to 4,900 feet, Transjade 1305.
Shenzhen Air 9651, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Shenzhen Air 9651.
Dangzhou Control, China Southern 6514, good evening, flight level 301.
Shanghai Air 9394, clear direct lookout. Resume on navigation.
Roger, heading direct lookout, then resume on navigation, Shanghai Air 9.
China Southern 6514, Dangzhou Control identified. Engine 1128, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Contact Contact Nanjing Control 120.5, Air Junile 1128.
Thanks out control, Thai Asia 573, flight level 300.
Thai Asia 573, thanks out control, radar contact. China Eastern 6746, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, have a good evening.
Center on 120.5, China Eastern 6746.
Paynon 7709 Heavy, SAR 10 runway 15. Report ready for descent.
SAR 10 runway 15, ready for descent, Paynon 7709 Heavy.
Paynon 7709 Heavy, descent to flight level 110.
Descent to flight level 110, Paynon 7709 Heavy.
China Eastern 2055 QNH 1006, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 16 with the Nhat line transition.
QNH 1006, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 16 with the Nhat line transition, China Eastern 2055.
China Eastern 2055, cleared direct Nhat line, cross Nhat line at or above 6,900 feet, cleared RNAV Zulu runway 16.
Cleared direct Nhat line, cross Nhat line at or above 6,900 feet, cleared RNAV Zulu runway 16, China Eastern 2055.
Shenzhen Air 9325, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, Shenzhen Air 9325.
China Southern 8684, blanks out control. Expect landing 18 Alpha, runway 23. Expect landing 18 Alpha, runway 23, China Southern 8684. Xiamen Air 8418, contact Xiamen approach 125.025.
Contact Xiamen approach 125.025, Xiamen Air 8418.
Shanghai Air 9333, contact I approach 127.905.
Contact I approach 127.905, Shanghai Air 9333.
Paynon 7383, contact Nanjing Control 120.555.
Contact Nanjing Control 120.5, Paynon 7383, bye-bye.
Conaming Air 8215, 78 X-ray runway 05. Report ready for descent.
78 X-ray runway 05, ready for descent, Conaming Air 8215.
Conaming Air 8215, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1007.
Descent to 4,900 feet, Conaming Air 8215.
Shenzhen Air 8120, radar vectors, ILS Zulu runway 20 left. Report ready for descent. Radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left, ready for descent, Shenzhen Air 8120. Shenzhen Air 8120, Bayon Airport landing runway 20 left. Bayon Airport landing runway 20 left, Shenzhen Air 8120. Shenzhen Air 9848, contact I approach 127.905. Contact I approach 127.905, Shenzhen Air 9848. Shenzhen Air 8120, descend to flight level 140. Descend to flight level 140, Shenzhen Air 8120. Shin Air 091, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, Shin Air 091.
China Southern 3122, descend to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, China Southern 3122.
Gang South Control, Spring 8533. Good evening, flight level 301.
Spring 8533, Gang South Control identified.
Gang South Control, Thai Asia 243, good evening, flight level 300.
Thai Asia 243, Gang South Control, radar contact.
South Control, Singapore 833 Super, flight level 381.
Singapore 833 Super, Gang South Control, radar contact. China Southern 8684, leaving 18 Alpha, runway 23. Report ready for descent. Leaving 18 Alpha, runway 23, ready for descent. China Southern 8684. China Southern 8684, descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1005. Descend to 9,000 feet, China Southern 8684.
Good evening, Gangsao Control, Shenzhen Air 9846, descending via 10, flight level 213.
Shenzhen Air 9846, Gangsao Control, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 8953, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, bye-bye.
Center on 120.5, Shenzhen Air 8953.
China Eastern 6869, Gangsao Control, expect SAR 10, runway 15.
Expect SAR 10, runway 15, China Eastern 6869.
China Southern 3122, turn right heading 210, vectors for the approach.
Turn right heading 210, China Southern 3122.
Air China 728, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Air China 728, bye-bye.
Shanghai Air 9315, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, Shanghai Air 9315.
Shanghai Air 834, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, good day.
Center on 125.8, Shanghai Air 834.
Shenzhen Air 8120, descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1005.
Descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1005, Shenzhen Air 8120.
Shenzhen Air 8120, contact Gangsao approach 126.55.
Contact Gangsao approach 126.55, Shenzhen Air 8120.
Shenzhen Air 9729, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, good day.
Center on 125.8, Shenzhen Air 9729. Have a good evening.
Shanghai Air 9315, contact Gangsao approach 126.55.
Contact Gangsao approach 126.55, Shanghai Air 9315. Gangsao Control, China Southern 8786, good evening, descending by 78 Zulu Alpha, flight level 121.
China Southern 8786, Gangsao Control identified. Transjade 1504, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, Transjade 1504.
Gangsao Control, Cathay 473 heavy, good evening, descending via Abbey 3 Bravo, flight level 147.
Cathay 473 heavy, Gangsao Control radar contact. Yemen Air 8720, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, bye-bye.
Contact Nanjing Control 120.5, Yemen Air 8720.
China Southern 3122, contact Gangsao approach 126.55.
Contact Gangsao approach 126.55, China Southern 3122.
Green City 25, crossing 558 at or above flight level 073 and descend to 3,400 feet, QNH 1005.
Crossing 558 at or above flight level 073 and descend to 3,400 feet, QNH 1005, Green City 25.
China Eastern 2055, contact Macau Heliport Tower 123.5.
Over to Tower 123.5, China Eastern 2055.
China Eastern 2684, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Contact Nanjing Control 120.5, China Eastern 2684.
Kind South Control, Vietnam 385 Heavy, good evening, flight level 379er.
Vietnam 385 Heavy, Kind South Control, radar contact.
Kind South Control, Spring 7385, good evening, flight level 300.
Green City 25, contact landing approach 121.25.
Contact landing approach 121.25, Green City 25.
China Southern 8786, contact Shan to approach 120.65.
Contact Shan to approach 120.65, China Southern 8786.
Airspring 7385, Kind South Control identified. China Eastern 6869, South 10 runway 15. Report ready for descent.
South 10 runway 15, ready for descent, China Eastern 6869.
China Eastern 6869, descent to flight level 110.
Descent to flight level 110, China Eastern 6869.
Kind South Control, Cathay 362 Heavy, flight level 330.
Cathay 362 Heavy, Kind South Control identified. Airspring 8856, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Spring 8856.
Saudi 962 Heavy, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8, good day.
Center on 125.8, Saudi 962 Heavy.
Shenzhen Air 9444, radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left, ready for descent, Shenzhen Air 9444.
Shenzhen Air 9444, Bayan landing runway 20 left.
Bayan landing runway 20 left, Shenzhen Air 9444.
China Southern 8617, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, have a good evening.
Center on 120.5, China Southern 8617.
Airspring 6174, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Spring 6174.
China Southern 3246, radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left. Report ready for descent. Radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 20 left, ready for descent, China Southern 3246. China Southern 3246, Bayan Airport landing runway 20 left. Bayan Airport landing runway 20 left, China Southern 3246. China Southern 3246, descent to flight level 140. Descent to flight level 140, China Southern 3246. Chongqing 2349, Kind South Control, expectator 90 Zulu Alpha, runway 04.
Expectator 90 Zulu Alpha, runway 04, Chongqing 2349.
China Southern 3246, turn right heading 210, vectors for the approach. Turn right heading 210, China Southern 3246. Air China 4567, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Air China 4567.
China Southern 3158 Heavy, cross the 31 at or above flight level 089er and descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Cross the 31 at or above flight level 089er and descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1006, China Southern 3158 Heavy.
Korea 485 Heavy, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
632.
Shenzhen F632, Gangsao Control, radar contact. Transj 1305, contact Nanjing Control 120.5, bye-bye.
Contact Nanjing Control 120.5, Transjade 1305.
Cathay 473 Heavy, cross mutual at flight level 110 and descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006.
Cross Mutual at flight level 110 and descend to 6,000 feet, QNH 1006, Cathay 473 Heavy.
Shenzhen Air 9615, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Center 120.5, Shenzhen Air 9615.
China Southern 3158 Heavy, contact Zai approach 127.905.
Contact I approach 127.905, China Southern 3158 Heavy.
China Eastern 510, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Pudong 120.5, China Eastern 510.
Chongqing 2349, David 9 Zulu Alpha, runway 04. Report ready for descent.
David 9 Zulu Alpha, runway 04, ready for descent, Chongqing 2349.
Chongqing 2349, descend to flight level 150.
Descent to flight level 150, Chongqing 2349.
China Southern 3246, contact Gangsao approach 126.55. Contact Gangsao approach 126.55, China Southern 3246. China Southern 8684, crossing 558 at or above flight level 073 and descend to 3,400 feet, QNH 1005. Crossing 558 at or above flight level 073 and descend to 3,400 feet, QNH 1005, China Southern 8684. Shenzhen Air 9444, descend to flight level 210.
Descend to flight level 210, Shenzhen Air 9444.
Cathay 706 Heavy, Gangsao Control, expect Sierra 7 Bravo, runway 25 right.
Expect Sierra 7 Bravo, runway 25 right, Cathay 706 Heavy.
China Southern 6310, contact Nanjing Control 120.5.
Centon 120.5, China Southern 6310, good day.
Transjade 1305, Gangsao Control, expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05.
Expect Heaven 8 X-ray, runway 05, Transjade 1305.
Cathay 706 Heavy, Sierra 7 Bravo, runway 25 right. Report ready for descent.
Sierra 7 Bravo, runway 25 right, ready for descent, Cathay 706 Heavy.
Cathay 706 Heavy, descend to flight level 160.
Descend to flight level 160, Cathay 706 Heavy.
China Southern 8684, contact landing approach 121.25. Contact landing approach 121.25, China Southern 8684. Cathay 473 Heavy, contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0.
Contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0, Cathay 473 Heavy.
China Eastern 281, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Sender on 125.8, China Eastern 281, good day. Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 281, flight level 321.
China Eastern 281, Hong Kong radar contact. China Southern 6065, contact standard control 120.5.
Contact standard control 120.5, China Southern 6065.
137, contact standard control 120.5.
Contact standard control 120.5, red cap 137.
Indo 6011, contact standard control 120.5, good day.
Center on 120.5, Indo 6011.
Sentinel A034, contact Guangzhou control 118.95, good day.
Center on 118.95, Shenzhen Air 8034.
Hong Kong radar, Thai Asia 767, flight level 330.
Thai Asia 767, Hong Kong radar, good evening, radar contact, climb to flight level 381.
Climb to flight level 381, Thai Asia 767.
China Eastern 2090, contact Guangzhou control 118.95, good day.
Center on 118.95, China Eastern 2090.
EVA 850, route 2 Bravo, runway 27. Report ready for descent. Route 2 Bravo, runway 27, ready for descent, EVA 850. EVA 850, descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1005. Descend to 9,000 feet, EVA 850. China Southern 3506, contact standard control 120.5.
Contact standard control 120.5, China Southern 3506.
Walker 334, contact Manila Oceanic Control 119.3. Contact Manila Oceanic Control 119.3, Star Walker 334. Cathay 111 Heavy, contact Manila Oceanic Control 119.3, good day. Center on 119.3, Cathay 111 Heavy. Thai 635 Heavy, contact Guangzhou Control 118.95.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.95 by 635 Heavy.
Body 962 Heavy, contact Hong Kong Information Approach 121.0. Contact Hong Kong Information Approach 121.0, Sodia 962 Heavy. Cathay 797 Heavy, contact Standard Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Cathay 797 Heavy, good day.
150 contact Tower approach 124.675.
Contact Tower approach 124.675 trans J1504.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 6738, flight level 301.
China Southern 6738, Hong Kong radar contact.
Radar Shanghai Air 857, flight level 301.
Eva 809, cross New Zealand flight level 110 and descend to 6,000 feet QNH 1006.
Cross New Zealand flight level 110 and descend to 6,000 feet QNH 1006, Eva 809.
Shanghai Air 857, Hong Kong radar identified. Eva 872 heavy, contact line South Control 118.905.
Center on 118.905, Eva 872 heavy, have a good evening.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 5468, good evening, flight level 330. China Eastern 5468, Hong Kong radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Shenzhen Air 307, flight level 301.
Shenzhen Air 307, Hong Kong radar contact.
Hong Kong radar Cathay 706 heavy descending via Sierra 7 Bravo, flight level 193.
Cathay 706 heavy, Hong Kong radar identified. Eva 809, contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0.
Contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0, Eva 809.
Hong Kong radar Smart Cat 552, good evening, flight level 304.
Smart Cat 552, Hong Kong radar identified. Hong Kong radar S-Print 7385, flight level 300. S-Print 7385, Hong Kong radar contact.
Hong Kong radar Air Macro 935 descending via Big 1 Alpha, flight level 262.
Air Macau 935, Hong Kong radar identified. Thai Asia 231, contact time sound control 118.95.
Center 118.95, Thai Asia 231.
China Southern 6738, Hong Kong radar, expected 7, runway 08.
Expected 7, runway 08, China Southern 6738.
China C920, contact time sound control 118.905.
Contact Gangseo Control 118.905, Dynasty 920.
Shenzhen Air 9325, contact and approach 127.925. Contact and approach 127.925, Shenzhen Air 9325. Hong Kong Shuttle 226, contact time sound control 118.905.
Center on 118.905, Hong Kong Shuttle 226, bye-bye.
radar China Southern 338, good evening, flight level 301.
China Southern 338, Hong Kong radar identified. China Southern 6738, up 7 yeah, runway 08. Report ready for descent.
Up 7 yeah, runway 08, ready for descent, China Southern 6738.
China Southern 6738, descend to 7,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Descend to 7,900 feet, China Southern 6738.
Hong Kong radar, Air Mach 978, flight level 300. Air Mach 978, Hong Kong radar identified.
Hong Kong radar, Shanghai Air 9253, flight level 300.
Shanghai Air 9253, Hong Kong radar, radar contact. Air Mach 935, cross unit flight level 089 and descend to 5,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Cross during a flight level 089 and descend to 5,900 feet, QNH 1006, Air Mach 935.
Chin Air 091, contact Hanoi Control 125.9, have a good evening.
Contact Hanoi Control 125.9, Urgent Air 091.
Cathay 918 Heavy, Hong Kong radar, expect Sierra 7 Bravo, runway 25 right.
Expect Sierra 7 Bravo, runway 25 right, Cathay 918 Heavy.
Shenzhen Air 9729, contact Sand approach 127.9025.
Contact sign approach 127.9025, Shenzhen Air 9729.
Cathay 706 Heavy, descend to 4,500 feet.
Descend to 4,500 feet, Cathay 706 Heavy.
Cathay
3706 Heavy, contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0.
Contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0, Cathay 706 Heavy.
Air Mako 935 QNH 1006, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 16 with the Lion Shenwei transition.
QNH 1006, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 16 with the Lion Shenwei transition, Air Mako 935.
Airstream 7385, Hong Kong radar, expected 7 year runway 08. Expected 7 year runway 08, Airstream 7385. Shanghai Air 9253, radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 09er. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors, ILS Zulu runway 09er, ready for descent, Shanghai Air 9253.
Shanghai Air 9253, mainland landing runway 09er.
Mainland landing runway 09er, Shanghai Air 9253.
Cathay 918 Heavy, contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0.
Contact Hong Kong information approach 121.0, Cathay 918 Heavy.
Airstream 7385, up 7 year runway 08. Report ready for descent. Up 7 year runway 08, ready for descent, Airstream 7385. Airstream 7385, descent to 7,900 feet, QNH 1006. Descent to 7,900 feet, Airstream 7385. Dynasty 5838 Heavy, contact Dynasty Control 118.95, good day. Center on 118.95, Dynasty 5838 Heavy.
Hong Kong radar, Dynasty 2790. Good evening, flight level 284.
Dynasty 790, Hong Kong radar, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, airstream 8533, flight level 301.
Airstream 8533, Hong Kong radar identified.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 6514, good evening, flight level 301.
China Southern 6514, Hong Kong radar, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Vietnam 462, flight level 290.
Vietnam 462, Hong Kong radar identified.
Hong Kong radar, capital jet 5766, flight level 341.
Capital Jet 5766, Hong Kong radar, radar contact. Air Mako 935, clear direct Lion Shenwei, cross Lion Shenwei at or above 5,900 feet, clear Dynam Zulu runway 16.
Clear direct Lion Shenwei, cross Lion Shenwei at or above 5,900 feet, cleared RNAV Zulu runway 16, Air Mako 935.
Shanghai Air 9253, turn left heading 225, exit for the approach.
Turn left, heading 225 Shanghai Air 9253.
Hong Kong radar, EVA 068 heavy, flight level 330. EVA 068 heavy, Hong Kong radar identified. Calling Air 485 heavy, contact Hanoi Control 125.9er.
Contact Hanoi Control 125.9, calling Air 485 heavy.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Hong Kong radar, Hong Kong shuttle 559, good evening, flight level 321.
Capital Jet 5766, Hong Kong radar, expected 7 yard, runway 08.
Expected 7 yard runway 08, Capital Jet 5766.
Hong Kong shuttle 559, Hong Kong radar, good evening, identified, continue climb to flight level 330.
Continue climb to flight level 330, Hong Kong shuttle 559.
China Eastern 281, you were assigned flight level 321. I show you at flight level 311. Climb to flight level 321.
Roger, climb to flight level 321, China Eastern 281.
Hong Kong radar, Shenzhen Air 9724, good evening, flight level 280.
Shenzhen Air 9724, Hong Kong radar identified.
Capital Jet 5766 up 7 runway 08. Report ready for descent.
Up 7 runway 08, ready for descent, Capital Jet 5766.
Capital Jet 5766, descend to 7,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Descent to 7,900 feet, Capital Jet 5766. Radar Starwalker 704, flight level 280.
Starwalker 704, Hong Kong radar identified. China Southern 6514, Hong Kong radar, expected 7 runway 08.
Expected 7 runway 08, China Southern 6514.
Radar Dynasty 836 Heavy, flight level 2900.
Dynasty 836 Heavy, Hong Kong radar, radar contact. Southern 6514 of 7 runway 08. Report ready for descent.
Up 7 runway 08, ready for descent, China Southern 6514.
China Southern 6514, descend to 7,900 feet, QNH 1006.
Descend to 7,900 feet, China Southern 6514.
Asia 767, contact handle control 125.9.
Contact handle control 125.9, Asia 767.
Shanghai 9253, contact Hekau approach 124.675.
Contact takeout approach 124.675, Shanghai Air 9253.
888. Good evening. Flight level 246.
China Southern 5888, Hong Kong radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, capital jet 5126, flight level 2901.
Capital Jet 5126, Hong Kong radar contact. Singapore 7364 heavy, contact land sound control 118.905, bye-bye.
Center on 118.905, Singapore 7364 heavy. Have a good evening.
radar, Noon Air 8851, flight level 305.
Noon Air 8851, Hong Kong radar contact, continue climb to flight level 311.
Continue climb to flight level 311, Noon Air 8851.
Noon Air 8851, radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 09er. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors ILS Zulu runway 09er, ready for descent, Noon Air 8851.
Noon Air 8851, Mainland Airport landing runway 09er.
Mainland Airport landing runway 09er, Noon Air 8851.
China Southern 6738, contact Sanya approach 127.925.
Contact Sanya approach 127.925, China Southern 6738.
Radar, Transit 1111, good evening, flight level 301. Transit 1111, Hong Kong radar identified.
Hong Kong radar Thai 673 heavy, flight level 340.
Thai 673 heavy, Hong Kong radar identified. Lunar 8851, descend to flight level 290.
Descend to flight level 290, Moon Air 8851.
Hong Kong radar Smart Cat 586, flight level 360.
Smart Cat 586, Hong Kong radar, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar Heavy Air 3611, flight level 301.
Heavy Air 3611, Hong Kong radar identified. China Eastern 281, contact Hanoi Control 125.9.
Contact Hanoi Control 125.9, China Eastern 281, good day. Hanoi Control, China Eastern 281, good evening, flight level 321.
China Eastern 281 Hanoi Control identified. Foreigner 485 heavy, contact Denton radar 128.3.
Denton 128.3, coordinate 485 heavy.
Hanoi Control, Thai Asia 573, flight level 301. Thai Asia 573, Hanoi Control identified. Air China 871, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 123.3.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 123.3, Air China 871.
Vietnam 385 heavy, descend to flight level 140. Descend to flight level 140, Vietnam 385 heavy. Thai 635 heavy, contact Denton radar 128.3.
Delta on 128.3, Thai 635 heavy.
Heavy, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, Turkish 6158 heavy.
188, contact Noi by approach 125.1.
Contact Noi by approach 125.1 Vietnam 188.
VHF 722, descend to flight level 130.
Descend to flight level 130, VHF 722.
China Eastern 5031, contact Benton radar 128.3.
Contact Benton radar 128.3, China Eastern 5031, Pudong.
Shenzhen Air 105, descend to 4000 feet, QNH1003.
Descend to 4,000 feet, QNH1003, Shenzhen Air 105.
Shenzhen Air 105, contact Noi by approach 125.1.
Contact Noi by approach 125.1, Shenzhen Air 105.
5639 heavy, contact Benton radar 128.3, have a good evening.
Center on 128.3, Thai 639 heavy.
Vietnam 385 heavy, cross Moko at or above flight level 140 and descend to flight level 070.
Cross Moko at or above flight level 140 and descend to flight level 070, Vietnam 385 heavy.
VHF 722, cross site 222 at or above flight level 120 and descend to flight level 110.
Cross site 222 at or above flight level 120 and descend to flight level 110, VHF 722.
VHF 722, cross the min at or above flight level 100, then descend to flight level 070.
Cross the min at or above flight level 100, then descend to flight level 070, VHF 722.
China Southern 8324, contact and ground control 118.95.
Center on 118.95, China Southern 8324.
Hanoi Control, VHF 121, flight level 360.
VHF 121, Hanoi control radar contact.
Hanoi Control, VHF 1420, flight level 310.
VHF 1420, Hanoi control radar contact.
Hanoi Control, Shanghai Air 857, flight level 300.
Shanghai Air 857, Hanoi control radar contact. Cathay 742, contact and ground control 118.905.
Center on 118.905, Cathay 742.
Hanoi Control, Shanghai Air 856, good evening, flight level 330.
Shanghai Air 856, Hanoi control radar contact. Thai Asia 767, contact Benton radar 128.3, good day.
Contact Benton radar 128.3, Thai Asia 767, bye bye. Hanoi Control, Shenzhen Air 307, flight level 301.
Shenzhen Air 307, Hanoi control identified. Vietnam 385 Heavy, descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1003.
Descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1003, Vietnam 385 Heavy.
Vietnam 7018, contact noise by approach 125.1.
Contact noise by approach 125.1, Vietnam 7018.
Vietnam 385 Heavy, contact noise by approach 125.1.
Contact noise by approach 125.1, Vietnam 385 Heavy.
Jet 722 QNH 1005, expect the Nhat Zulu runway 25 with the Philly transition.
QNH 1005, expect the Nhat Zulu runway 25 with the Philly transition via Jet 722.
Jet 722, cross block at or above flight level 070 and descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1005.
Cross block at or above flight level 070 and descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1005, Jet 722.
Control China Southern 338, flight level 300.
China Southern 338, Hanoi control identified. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 123.3.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 123.3, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281, flight level 321.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact.
978 descending via bunker 2 kilo, flight level 300.
Air Macau 978, Ho Chi Minh Control radar contact. Vietnam 7573, Ho Chi Minh Control. Expect you on Mosquito 1 November, runway 27.
Expect you on Mosquito 1 November, runway 27, Vietnam 7573.
Vietnam 7573, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.7, have a good evening.
Center on 120.7, Vietnam 7573, good day.
Trooper 124, contact Grand South Control 118.905.
Contact Grand South Control 118.905, Scooter 124.
Air Macau 978, descend to flight level 230.
Descend to flight level 230, Air Macau 978.
Yemen Air 8706, contact Channel Control 120.5, have a good evening.
Center on 120.5 Yemen Air 8706, have a good evening.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Scooter 129, flight level 350.
Scooter 129 Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact. Air Macau 978, cross Canada at or above flight level 130 and descend to flight level 110.
Cross tower at or above flight level 130 and descend to flight level 110, Air Macau 978.
129, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.7.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.7, Scooter 129, good day.
Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.7.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.7, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281, flight level 321.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Vietnam 7573, cross the Dixie at or above flight level 180, and descend to flight level 130.
Cross the deep sea at or above flight level 180 and descend to flight level 130 Vietnam 7573.
VHF 998, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 123.3, bye-bye.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 123.3 VHF 998.
VHF 269, descend to flight level 110.
Descend to flight level 110 VHF 269.
VHF 269, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.1, bye-bye.
Center on 120.1 VHF 269.
VHF 432, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 123.3.
Center on 123.3 VHF 432.
Cathay 797 Heavy, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.1, have a good evening.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.1 Cathay 797 Heavy.
Vietnam 7573, cross Thailand at or above flight level 120 and descend to flight level 085.
Cross Thailand at or above flight level 120 and descend to flight level 085 Vietnam 7573.
573, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 27 with the Dallas 283 transition.
Expect the RNAV Zulu runway 27 with the Dallas 283 transition, Vietnam 7573.
Vietnam 7573, clear direct DL283, cross DL283 at or above 8,500 feet, cleared RNAV Zulu runway 27.
Clear direct DL283, cross DL283 at or above 8,500 feet, cleared RNAV Zulu runway 27, Vietnam 7573.
Vietnam 7573. Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.1 bye.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.1 Vietnam 7573.
81 Ho Chi Minh Control. Expect wind 6 Delta, runway 25 right. China Eastern 281 Ho Chi Minh Control. Expect wind 6 Delta, runway 25 right.
Expect wind 6 Delta, runway 25 right, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control 120.1.
Center on 120.1. China Eastern 281, bye-bye. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281, flight level 321.
China Eastern 281 Ho Chi Minh Control identified.
Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 5031, flight level 372.
China Eastern 5031 Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Continue descent to flight level 360.
Continue descent to flight level 360, China Eastern 5031.
Jet 269, cross the lap at flight level 110 and descend to 9,000 feet, QNH1006. Cross the lap at flight level 110 and descend to 9,000 feet, QNH1006 via Jet 269.
Runway 25 left, transition level 100, advise on initial contact you have information, echo. Sanson at airport information, echo 1327, Zulu surface wind 160 degrees 9 knots. Ceiling and visibility okay, temperature 31 degrees, 0.24 degrees, QNH 1006, landing runway 25 right, departing runway 25 left, transition level 100, advise on initial contact you have information,
good evening, flight level 319.
Sanson at airport information, echo 1327, Zulu surface wind 160 degrees 9 knots. Ceiling and visibility okay, temperature 31 degrees, 0.24 degrees, QNH 1006, landing runway 25 right, departing runway 25 left, transition level 100, advise on initial contact you have information, echo. Sanson at airport information, echo.
Jet 269, cross ends up at 9,000 feet, then descend to 4,000 feet. Cross ends up at 9,000 feet, then descend to 4,000 feet via Jet 269. VJet 269, contact Dansan in Nhat arrival 126.35. Contact Dansan in Nhat arrival 126.35 VJet 269. China Eastern 281.6 Delta, runway 25 right. Report ready for descent.
Oven 6 Delta, runway 25 right, call when ready, China Eastern 281. China Eastern 281, approaching our top of descent, ready for descent.
China Eastern 281, descend to flight level 110.
Descend to flight level 110, China Eastern 281.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Jin Air 091, flight level 065.
Jin Air 091, Ho Chi Minh Control identified.
Chi Minh Control, Coinet 485 Heavy, flight level 066.
Coinet 485 Heavy, Ho Chi Minh Control identified.
Chi Minh Control, Learjet 1167, descending via 77 Delta, flight level 189.
Learjet 1167, Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact. Air 091, contact Phu Quoc Tower 118.6.
Over to Tower 118.6, Jin Air 091.
China Southern 3506, contact Singapore Center 123.7, bye-bye.
Center on 123.7 China Southern 3506, good day.
Chi Minh Control, Vietnam 148 through flight level 1204, flight level 150, direct countdown.
Vietnam 148 Ho Chi Minh Control, identify climb to flight level 310.
Climb to flight level 310, Vietnam 148.
Jet 1167, cross April at or above 8,000 feet, then descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1008.
Cross April at or above 8,000 feet, then descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1008, Jet 1167.
China Eastern 281, cross the left at flight level 110, then descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1008.
Cross Del Ab at flight level 110, then descend to 9,000 feet, QNH 1008, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, cross ends up at 9,000 feet, then descend to 4,000 feet.
Cross ends up at 9,000 feet, then descend to 4,000 feet, China Eastern 281.
Chi Minh Control, Vietjet 121 descending via 77 Delta, flight level 189er.
China Eastern 281, contact Tansan and had arrival 126.35.
Contact Tan Sun and had arrival 126.35, China Eastern 281. Tan Sun had arrival, China Eastern 281, 9,800 feet, we have Foxtrot.
China Eastern 281 Tansan and had arrival. Good evening. QNH 1008, expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right with the Bumsa transition.
QNH 1008, expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right with the Bamsa transition. China Eastern 281.
And had arrival, Vietjet 1167, flight level 112 with the numbers.
Vietjet 1167 Tansan and had arrival. QNH 1008, expect the ILS Zulu runway 25 right.
QNH 1008, expect the ILS Zulu runway 25 right, Vietjet 1167.
Vietjet 1167, clear direct lookup, cross lookup at or above 4,000 feet, clear ILS Zulu runway 25 right.
Clear direct lookup, cross lookup at or above 4,000 feet, clear ILS Zulu runway 25 right, Vietjet 1167.
281, cleared direct Bomsa, cross Bomsa at or above 4,000 feet, cleared ILS Whiskey runway 25 right.
Clear direct Bomsa. Cross Bomsa at or above 4,000 feet. Cleared ILS Whiskey runway 25 right. China Eastern 281.
Contact Ansan and Nhat Tower 118.7. Have a good evening.
Contact Tower 118.7, Vietjet 1167.
Vietjet 121, flight level 112 via Foxtrot. Vietjet 121 Tansan and had arrival, QNH 1008, expect the ILS Zulu runway 25 right. QNH 1008, expect the ILS Zulu runway 25 right, Vietjet 121. Vietjet 121, cleared direct Lekak, cross Lekak at or above 4,000 feet, cleared ILS Zulu runway 25 right. Cleared direct Lekak, cross Lekak at or above 4,000 feet, cleared ILS Zulu runway 25 right, Vietjet 121. China Eastern 281, minimum approach speed.
Minimum approach speed, China Eastern 281.
2500.
China Eastern 281, contact Anson and Nhat Tower 118.7.
Contact Tower 118.7, China Eastern 281. Tansan Nhat Tower, China Eastern 281, ILS Whiskey runway 25 right.
China Eastern 281, Tansan and Nhat Tower, wind 160 degrees 11 knots, runway 25 right, cleared to land.
Runway 25 right, cleared to land, China Eastern 281.
One thousand. Glide slow. 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 One hundred. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Speed back up, reverse now.
China Eastern 281, exit next available taxiway.
Exit next available taxiway, China Eastern 281.
Vietjet 1278, holding short runway 25 left.
Vietjet 1278, Tansan and Nhat Tower, wind 160 degrees 11 knots, runway 25 left, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 25 left, cleared for takeoff, Vietjet 1278.
China Eastern 281, contact ground 121.6.
Ground 121.6, China Eastern 281. China Eastern 281, request taxi to assigned gate.
China Eastern 281, taxi via Papa 5, hold short of runway 25 left.
Taxi via Papa 5, holding short of runway 25 left, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, hold short of runway 25 left. Expect further clearance shortly.
Hold short of runway 25 left, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281 via Papa 5, cross runway 25 left, taxi to stand 20 via Papa 5 Sierra 8, Victor Sierra 5.
Via Papa 5 cross runway 25 left, taxi to stand 20 via Papa 5 Sierra 8, Victor Sierra 5, China Eastern 281.
Jet 121, taxi via Papa 5, hold short of runway 25 left.
Taxi via Papa 5 holding short of runway 25 left via Jet 121.
Via Jet 121, via Papa 5, cross runway 25 left, taxi to stand 21 via Papa 5 Sierra 8, Victor Sierra 5.
via Papa 5 cross runway 25 left. Taxi to stand 21 via Papa 5 Sierra 8 Victor Sierra 5 via Jet 121.
All aircraft be advised information growth now current QNH 1008.